Hello, Suncoast. What's up? All right, let's continue with the thing. Right. Let's fix this. Actually, I want to check something. If I click over here. Okay. So it does seem to work independent of I think. Yeah, independent of rotation of camera or stuff like that. So the issue seems to be just that the X and Y are somehow mixed up somewhere. Getting ready for work. All right. Do you have to commute? Work. Position 0. That's... No, because that's just that position. Yeah, we still have the issue. Okay. Cell center. So the cell center might be wrong. Then, which is kind of strange. Oh, it might be, yeah, it's this one. Oh, yeah, it is wrong. This needs to be that, and that needs to be that. Okay, yeah. Because X is like wrapping around, Y is each row, yeah. Makes sense. 30-minute drive to the shop. All right, 30 minutes, that's not too bad. I mean, it does, you know, commuting does take a toll on you. I had, at one point, I had like 1 hour plus, like almost like 1.5 hours. Wait, why is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now that works. Cool. Okay. Cool. Okay, so one thing that I would like to have is like a highlight of which part of the grid we're on. Possibly also showing the grid where it is. It's a long drive after working all day or all night. Yeah, that sounds bad. It's always a long drive. Like any commute is long. Feels long. It's such a shame that companies are so like maybe you don't work at a place where you can work remotely, but any like I don't really understand why companies are so adamant against working remotely, because there's so much time getting lost on the commute and other issues as well. Especially when it's shown that, you know, it works really well. So with the right culture and stuff. You operate a commercial printing press. Wow, okay. So you go there, you press a button, or do you just sit like a nuclear reactor? You just sit and watch, or how does it work? Or do you actually put like something on, like physical stuff? That's a world that I've never really even thought about, to be honest. But you know, you operate. Okay, what does that mean? Does it mean that is it all digital, or do you have to do something like physical at the place? Because if it's all digital, then it's possible to do it remote. And I guess, I mean, if something goes wrong, then you have to kind of manually fix something, I guess. I don't know, but it's commercial, so you probably have maybe other people doing that. I don't know. As you can tell, I know nothing about that stuff. It's physical. Yeah, okay. All right. Google Heidelberg printing. All right. Heidelberg printing. Is this a game idea we're coming up with now? Is this the company? Or is this the machine? They make the machine. There we go. Okay, this looks like an older... Is this the one you use? This one here? This one? Wow, really? This looks like an older 1905. Are you using this one? The larger one. I don't know which one you're talking about. This one? This one looks more modern. I mean, I guess, yeah, okay. I was just thinking, because it's a printing, right? You have to do like a lot of copies. I guess the copies are different. You're working with the... Yeah, but to me, I don't even know. Is this a modern one? I don't know. Like... Oh, this is the original. Okay. Is it this one or this one? I don't know. But yeah, okay, cool. So are you making like the templates, or what? Like, what do you actually do? if you have time to explain. Maybe you have to hurry to work. As I would recommend going to Twitch instead if you want to chat faster or get a response faster. I wonder if you can print posters, book pages, flyers, things like that. Okay. I wonder if you can have like lower latency. There is actually a stream latency option on YouTube. It doesn't seem to be able to change it. And there's like a question mark, but I can't click on it. Okay. Anyway. Hello, Code Guy. What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay. So we have this little thing here. Boom, 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 boom. And what I would like to do is I would like to be able to, like, when you're hovering over one of the squares of the cell grid, I would like to kind of show that visually. So let's try and figure out how we could do that. Just learning some code splitting thing. Are you talking about like web dev code splitting, like server client? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's something we have to consider on React. Yeah. It's really just like an optimization thing. I don't really like. The thing is, like, most modern apps right now is like, yeah, you have to use, you know, server components, blah blah blah, because it's more optimized. I don't know. It just feels like you should probably always do client if you want to be productive and not care about that stuff until there's something you need to optimize. I feel like that should be the way to go. Probably. It's just that it just has become some kind of obsession on web recently to do all that stuff. But yeah, because it complicates the code base quite a bit, and it hampers like productivity. But anyway, how do we do this? So if we are in draw, any tips on the topic? I guess not really. I mean, just learn how it works, because there's a lot of places that actually use that technique. But essentially, if you're on React and, for example, if you're on Next.js, which is a popular framework for building like both a backend and a frontend in Node.js and React. Then code splitting is kind of built into the thing, and the only thing you really need to worry about is like whether your client, you are making a client component or a server component. And basically the rule is that if at any point you need like custom JavaScript to run, or you need like event handlers, anything that is not like built-in HTML, like for forms, for example, forms does not need to be a client component. Forms can be a server component only. But as soon as you want like a button that you click to change like a state or something, then that needs to be a client component. So essentially, usually you would make everything a server component until you need some client logic, like clicking a button or changing state or something like that. Well, client and server components do exist in React, I believe, now in like React 19 or whatever it is. And there are other frameworks that use the same kind of style. I haven't really used much of those, but I've used like Next.js a bit. And yeah, code splitting, like I'm not sure how that works on other frameworks, but on Next.js, a lot of it's basic. It's pretty simple to kind of the hard part is essentially to know what you're supposed to have as a server client and what you're supposed to have as a client a server component, or what you're supposed to have as a client component. And then it's just, you're just using the components normally. There's not a lot of difference. There's like a bit of difference to what you can do in a server component and what you can do in a client component. So it's just that distinction. Server components are rendered on the server, so it has everything it can do on the server. It can call, APIs. It can call, from databases, do all that stuff. And render a component, and that component is like cached based on rules that you can set, I think. And then on client, you don't really have access to those things, but you can call, of course, you can like do API calls to the server through HTTP or whatever. And then also change like client state, because that's run on the client's computer. Can you show the view of window if possible? I just want to see how it looks. The view of the window? No. Because then you can geo-guess my location. It's a small town in Sweden. Okay, we can do this. Sweden, small town, pictures. Yeah, this is basically how every town looks, essentially. This is more like beginning of fall, because the trees are turning yellow here. Basically, Sweden is full of forest and lakes. And then up north, it's more mountainy, hilly. Down south, it's more flat. And in the middle, it's like something in between. Actually, I think I read somewhere that the inspiration of Kiki's Delivery Service, which is a Ghibli anime movie, was inspired by Stockholm, but I don't know. Which is our capital, but the capital is different though, because well, we still have, you know, parks and stuff, but you know, it's a city, so it's a bunch of buildings everywhere. Okay, so we need to draw the thing. I think what if we have, so where is this happening? So here, for example, we press left, we get the thing here. We get the cell. This part is essentially the place, or how to get the cell of the thing. So if we take this, for example, and we say, now we can say here, we can say highlighted cell. Let's actually make this an index. And I'm gonna copy that. And now we don't need all this. And you, we don't do. Mouse ray direction wise, more than equal to 0. Do you play in snow? I mean, yeah, when we get it. We used to get a lot more snow, but nowadays it's rarer. We do get snow, but yeah. All right, Suncoast. Have a nice day. See ya. You made a model. Nice. Cool little car. All right, cool. And now you can take that and make a game. Awesome. Do you like 3D modeling? Just do it. Oh, excuse me. But you can, you don't have to do it like me. You can do it like in Unity or something. Or Unreal. I just started modeling as a hobby. Alright, cool. Cool. Who knows? One day you might be working for making models in like a game company or something. Okay, so what's going on here? Right, so we have the cell. If we don't have the cell, we don't care, right? So here, what I want to do is I want to say the highlighted cell is going to be cell index. And now we need self here. Is it good for a first timer? I mean, yeah. The trick is to continue. If you think it's fun, that's a good sign. If you hated it, I guess that's gonna be very difficult to get good. The thing is, with all skills, you have to practice. But yeah. Yeah, awesome. Man, I don't know what it is, but as soon as I start talking and streaming, I get like nose things happening. Have you tried that one? What do you mean? Okay, anyway, enough ticks. So we have the highlighted cell. If we don't have a cell, I'm gonna also say that this is null and then return. Actually, you know what? Instead of that, we're gonna just say highlighted cell equals null to start, and then if, you know, if we get down here, we do have an highlighted cell. So there we go. Now let's go to draw, and we're gonna draw. I guess I'm just gonna call this tower defense. Over here. And we need tower defense, and we're gonna say if tower defense highlighted cell, we get the I, and now we can say I want to get the grid. And I want to get, I guess we could get like the cell rectangle modeling. And I've done like, since I have a 3D printer, I've done like a tiny bit of CAD. Like I tried, it was like an online CAD tool, which I forget what it was called now. But it was really nice. But another, you know, through the years I've tried it, you know, I'm not really like a modeler, I guess, like that. I like to draw instead, like 2D. It's kind of my thing more, I guess, is what I enjoy more. But I don't know, maybe if I try it more seriously, maybe I will find it more fun, maybe. You know, out of necessity, if I'm gonna make my own like models for something, you know, because that's how I got into programming. It's like, it wasn't the programming itself that was interesting, it was the actual making a game idea that was luring me into programming. But then when I started programming and learning programming, I realized that, hey, programming is actually my thing. What's your headphone? I don't know, man. It says PLT on it. I got it from a friend, so I don't actually know what it is really. It works. It's like Bluetooth So it's pretty nice because it's wireless. But it has some bugs. Like I wouldn't actually recommend it because if you're in a Teams call, for example, it has this kind of automatic mute thing and automatic unmute for some reason. So if I tilt my head or lean back or do some weird movement with the headphones, it will actually like unmute in a Teams meeting. So like randomly, and then I have to like mute, and then it's gonna like, and I have to, even if I have my head like still like this, sometimes it just unmutes, and I have to like go and mute it. Oh, I mean, make the headphone model. Okay. Why you could just, okay, well, it's called PLT. I don't know what model it is. I have Zebronics Duke already. It's okay-ish. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about headphones. Except I have them on my head. Okay. So we have get cell center. Let's also get cell rectangle. And we have the coordinates. So this is the top left. We have position is top left, and I think, yeah. And then the size is cell size. Okay. And so the rectangle is going to be get cell rectangle. Oh. So now we have that. And now I need to draw it on the thing somehow. Now this part I'm not sure about because it's in 3D. Can we just draw like a polygon or like a square on the ground somehow? I mean, I could make a texture and draw it as like a plane over the thing, maybe. That's probably what you want to do, maybe. Hello, Burrow Checker. Long time no see. What's up, what's up? I mean, yeah, I guess we could draw like 4 lines as well. We have mesh. Model, blah, blah, blah. Point. Poly lines. I guess this would work. But it's 2D. My Mac OS user level driver thing got popular enough to where I actually need to focus on it. What? Apparently Mac OS people really needed it. User level driver thing. Can you remind me again what you did? But that's awesome. Like, are you selling it? Added native support for third first-party game controllers. The macOS doesn't really support proper. Oh. Always free? Okay. Cool. If I took money from them, that'd be selfish, and I can't afford negative traits. I mean, you're doing work. It makes sense to pay for work, but yeah, I guess I used to think like that. Actually, I used to think like, if I'm gonna make games, I'm gonna make them, and it's all gonna be free. But then now I have a family, and things cost money, so I have to live somehow. So I need money. So now I don't think like that anymore. I mean, there are marketing ideas where you provide free stuff to then, have people come in. It's like a marketing thing. Maybe you're doing something like that. Yeah, but how do you survive though? You have to survive. Everyone has to survive. Or do you live off the fruits of the forest? Social benefits? I don't know how it works for you, but for me, I have to if there's a requirement for social benefits here, it's like if you have social benefits, you have to apply for jobs. And if you get someone who says, hey, you can come work here, then you have to accept it. I wish I could live like that. I can't, because I have too many expenses. I do that, but no luck. I mean, I would say it is luck, because now you don't have to work, right? The thing is, you don't realize how lucky you are, because now you can try to make something that you can live off of, and then you don't have to take social benefits. Then you can live off something that you made and work for yourself, instead of trying to find a job working for someone else. Hello, Penguin. So I actually wish that I was in your situation, not entirely, but, to the point where I could, focus, like working on something. It's not in my nature. I don't know how to make money. Just, yeah, I mean, as I said, I used to be like you, but then you realize that things cost money and you need money to survive. And if you let's say you take a job, yeah, right, now you're suddenly working at that job. You don't have time to do things. Well, you still have time, but you don't have nearly as much time to work on your own stuff. So but do you accept donations? That shouldn't be controversial for you, right? Or do you feel like that's also bad? It's not selfish. If someone wants to support you for doing your work, everyone has to survive. That's how it works. I'm just saying, like, in the future, if you find a job, you don't have time to make your projects or doing that stuff, you know. But if you were making a project that you can live off of, then you don't have to do that. You can live off that project or whatever, other projects, whatever, and then do whatever you want to do instead of working for someone else, doing something you might not even want to do. Okay. Anyway, you do you. I'm just laying out my dream. Maybe that's not what you want, but yeah, okay. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to make you consider that possibility. I'm aware of how the stuff works. It just won't happen to me. I mean, it's different, like thinking about it than actually trying to do it. You never know. Like, it just won't happen. Like, that's how it is right now. But what if you just, like, in the meantime, you work on a project that you feel like, I can actually sell this, and try to do it. Like, just, I don't know, make a... Okay. I'm good at giving, but receiving, taking, that's the problem. Just get good. All right, dude. When I think I'm making something, I don't think, can I sell this? I mean, yes, that depends on the purpose of the project. My point is that you should consider thinking about a project that you can actually sell. And then try to make that, because then you could try to live off of that instead of working for someone else. Okay, let's just do this one. Line 3D. Is this just going to be like 1 pixel line? How is this going to work? Because the 2D version has an X here. Or we could just do this. Perhaps. 32,000 points. What, like streaming stuff? I have no idea how that stuff works. You have to excuse my ignorance. Grid, double dash, 16. All right, let's just do like, I mean, we could do something like this as well, perhaps. Let's say we have like 50 opacity. Oops. Well, okay, whatever. Let's just do So this one is first 3D. Sure. Hello, Koovy man. What's up? What's up? Welcome. Yeah. And it's not your responsibility. Well, okay, you said that if they can't afford it. Yeah, if you lock it behind a price. Yeah, okay, yeah. You can have you can have the free version and then the premium version now. All right, so that's the thing. Let's copy that. Wait, where did it go? Oh, went to some other place. All right. Donations don't help product with issue fixes and bugs. What do you mean? No, but the thing is, like, when I say like make a product that you can sell, I don't mean make a driver that is gonna help a lot of people do a thing. Like, what I mean is, you know, make a game that you can sell, or make something that you can sell that you feel that you can sell. That is one way of you not having to work for someone else, or do whatever. Find some way of making money so you don't have to like work for someone else. Like now, the state you're in now is like it's a temporary state because you have to apply for jobs. So as soon as you find a job that you get a job, then the things that you do now is over. And I guess it is a good life experience, of course, to get jobs. Like, have you had jobs before, or? It means if I expect donations, people maybe instead of reporting issues they find using it, just donate. I don't know. I feel like that's like a separate thing. I focus on issues, reported problems. I feel like donations is like a separate thing. I don't know. Do you have any data on that to support that claim? Like projects asking for donations, or not just asking. It's just there if you want to give donations. It's not like they force people to give donations, you know. Okay, so we have the rectangle where we want to draw it, and now we need the texture asset key. I need another key for the texture, which is like, I don't know, let's call this interface. And we should get here, we should get like an issue here. No? Interface is mapped to just F2D. Okay. Now the thing is, like, can you draw like you can draw a plane, but how, but do we have to make like a thing with a texture and all that to be able to draw it in 3D? Borrow checker, I understand where you're coming from. All I'm saying is, when you're in my situation later in life, you will realize how lucky you are right now in order to be able to work on your own things without having to work, like, yeah, spend all your time basically working on your own things. Like, you don't realize how lucky you are right now. But yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I wish I was in your situation. Like, so that I could, you know, spend all my time working on my own things. Or, you know, working, not working for someone else, basically. For someone else's company. Okay, I'm just gonna make a thing. I guess we could have like a model here. We could have like highlighted cell renderable. And well, I'm just gonna make it super easy for myself here. So let's just do like this. Here we'll have a little if. If this is no, then we're gonna initialize it. Init model. Oh, we actually need like a thing. Right. Sure. Let's make the entity as well. Actually, we could just make the entity, I guess. Then we don't actually need to have a special thing for it. Yeah. Okay, sure. We can just have the entity exist and give it like a position. Yeah. key is interface. No, wait, that's the model key. Ah, right. Oh yeah, wait. We need to generate, actually. I need to generate the model. It's going to be a different thing, actually. Because it's not going to be a model key. It's going to be like a model that we generate. Something you were forced in 3 years ago. All right. Well, I hope things works out for you. It's nice though that people are interested. I mean, how do you know that people are interested? Do you get like a lot of issues reported on the repo or something? Excuse me, I need to mostly issues, sometimes stars. Oh, nice. Issues tell me whether or not they care. Yeah, that's a good measure. Okay, I'm just gonna get a thing here. All right. Donations give me a big problem. People start feeling like I should do much more than I could handle because they paid for it. I mean, this is all speculation, right? You don't actually know. You could just put it up there and have things go on as normal. And you could just, I think people sometimes they put up like a thing where like, you know, if you want to help me buy a coffee or something, because then it's not like an obligation for you to work harder on your project. Yeah, it's more like their way of kind of buying your like project. But they choose to buy it, you know. It's not like just because they donate, it's like they're investing in you. It's not like they're investing in you. It's more like they just give you as a thank you. Yeah. The Ko-fi thing. Yeah, perhaps. There's like buy me a coffee or something like that. Because then you're framing it as a way of like, yeah, if you just want to help me out a tiny bit as thanks for like using this project. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this. Model gen or something. We have the actual model here. and rest is the same. We don't need the context, I don't think, for this actually. So actually, let's remove that. And just put model, self model there. And now we can do like init model. Let's do like gen plane or something. Model gen. We don't need context. We need we need whatever we need in here, like gen plane. Width, length, so size and resolution. I guess res. If people start. I think, you know, if people start complaining, they don't have a right to complain. It's more like, you know, if someone comes in and donates, wants to donate like a larger amount to kind of have it as an investment thing, they will probably like contact you first or something like that. Let's just do vector 2. So then we could have like width, height, size, res x, res y is going to be 2 int, I32, res, mesh. My book that I listen to complaints because to me they matter. Like how somebody said they wanted the driver to have remapping but didn't have, so they felt like it was no use. For them, yeah. Then I started adding remapping. Also don't have to fix reported issues, merge pull request. Alright. We need model. Dude, is this gonna get like stored? Guess that just works. Model. How do you? Well, actually, can you do like mesh model to model or draw? I can draw a mesh. Load model from mesh. I'm just gonna catch and reach over. Oh. Length. Sure. All right, now this is gen plane, and we can actually have it right here. And you need size and resolution. Size. All right, let's just do like highlighted cell size and highlighted cell res. Color is white. Or we could actually tint it now because we have a kind of grayscale thing, so we can tint it any color we want. I guess we'll start with white to see if it actually works. And yep. And we don't need to store the renderable. We could store the entity if we wanted, I guess. No, we don't really need to store it. We just need to know if we're initialized, I guess. We can also have a setup function where we do this, but whatever. Oh, this needs to be true. All right, so we're creating this entity with a renderable. We need to define these things. Highlighted cell size is going to be, I don't know, I think it was like, it should actually be the same as the grid. So you know what? Let's just grab the grid here. No. Tower grid, and then we just pass in the cell size here. There we go. And then the res, I don't know, that's, I guess, just 1, 1. I guess that's how many, like, divisions of triangles or whatever it's gonna have, or something like that. Okay, so there we go. So now we're creating this entity, but the problem is that I need to also have a position, and right now the only way to add a position is to have a body, and that's like cumbersome. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a little component which is just called position, or yeah, position. We can also have like transform, but I'm just gonna do like position to have it as simple as possible. And this is just gonna have position on here. It's just gonna be a vector, actually world vector, and I guess it can start out as 0. All right, and then we go back here and we add position equals, oh yeah, there's already a position thing. No, there's not. It's actually called like position with uppercase because there's an issue with my script. But oh well. There we go. So now position equals it's cool. It's cool, bar checker. It's awesome. In it, I guess. Yeah, I guess we should probably also actually have the position here. Whoa, webcam. You notice now? Hey, were you actually watching the stream, or were you did you just have the chat up? Position is, yeah, what is the position actually? Actually, this is the initial position, so it's like 0. Oh, I say, you didn't see it. Yeah, I'm trying to be as small as possible here in the corner. Actually, maybe it's better. No, I don't know. At the top. What do you think? Also, what do you think about those weird little mini games that streamers have, where they show like people in stream, like you know, in a game or something? Because that's what I was thinking. Like, if I'm gonna reduce the real estate of the screen, I would probably take like a row off, like in the bottom or something, where I could have my face not blocking anything and have like a little thing going on. I don't know. Like me personally, I don't really, you know, I'm not really into that kind of thing. But it seems to be popular. So I don't know. Personally, I don't like it too much. Yeah. Yeah, same here. The stream's very minimalistic, clean as approach to added cam. Yeah, I was what you call it? Coerced, not coerced. Well, I'm trying it out. I just let streamers themselves do what they want with their stream. I can adjust. Man, you remind me of like a young me. But yeah, I mean, and then, I mean, it's both. It's good to be able to express your own, you know, your own, you know, desires. Essentially, I think it's good for the. I think it's good for the brain. Essentially, I like clean. Yeah, I mean, yeah, me too. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I might just maybe I'll have the cam on for certain things or something. I don't know. Okay, so we're creating this thing, and now we just need to kind of move it. So basically over here is where we know where the thing is. So let's grab the cell rectangle. Get cell rectangle. And we don't really need this, actually. Because we kind of calculated every frame anyway. And then we don't do this, and then we have the rectangle. So now, well, we don't need a rectangle, we just need the center. So let's just move you up here. But Kovi man, you have the face. So how do you explain that? Also, a lot of streamers I've seen also doesn't have as large font size. Like, because when I'm watching on, like, I try to watch like on TV or on my phone, and I couldn't actually see the code at all. Like, it was too tiny. On a lot of streams. Code guy learned about lazy and suspense, use memo, I'm guessing, and use callback and use effect cleanup. Wow, that's a lot of things at once. All right, cool. Now you should go practice, because that's not something you just learn, you know, by reading about it. It's like, you know, if you ever done like math stuff, or I don't know, anything really. There's a difference between like just learning the theory and actually doing it in practice. Add more emojis. I think I have like, I added like a couple of emojis. I don't know if you can access that. Cam is weird. I think it's important to have it, but I don't know. I don't like how it looks. Yeah, I was trying to kind of see, because Teams have like a thing where you can basically blur or hide transparent, maybe even, like the background around. It's like AI sensing where your head is. Maybe that would be nice. Or I guess most people use like a green screen or something if they want transparency, or maybe something like that. So we have the center. Now we just get the highlighted position by... Oh, we need a Alright, so we do need to store the context, right? Okay. Highlighted cell context is undefined to start with, and then over here we can set that there, and then here we're gonna get position, and we're gonna set you to be cell center. Well, let's try like 1. Okay. Cool. And now we need to fix this one, because yes, this is draw renderable 3D. But we also need another one for the position. So now we have a position instead. And I guess this is a transparent one actually. Yeah. But let's see, we need that, and we need position. All right, cool. I mean, we could also do it here, like either the position will be, oh yeah, rotation. I guess rotation will be 0 if we don't have it then. But we could do like get position and rotation is equal to a thing. We will try to get the body. If we get a body, then we're gonna return body, or not return, we're gonna break body position and body rotation. Otherwise, we are going to get position is gonna be get position, and then we're gonna break with position, and rotation is a, oh right, rotation is actually a quaternion. So can we just do this? Whoa, what the hell? Wait, why is this breaking? Okay. 0, 0. I mean, I guess that will be like no thing, like the identity. So that should work, perhaps. And then this one is position and rotation. Could imagine Twitch supporting a separate webcam stream which would show above chat, like when ads happen. Yeah. That would be cool. Just use the restream, you can see all chats and show screen. I am using restream, that's how I read the chat right now, actually. However, I think Twitch has like a policy against showing all chats. If I mean, I read the things. There's some policy. You're not even supposed to kind of mention, I think, that you're actually streaming to multiple things, but you can, or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but you're not supposed to kind of advertise, I guess, like other platforms. But you can stream to multiple. I know that Twitch did wasn't allowing that for a while. Okay, but now we can. Now we don't actually have to have that. Also, question is no, that should be fine. Position dot position. All right, and you are of course quat. Do you know I show speed? I mean, I've seen clips, but I don't know much Why do you ask? Hey, well, it's not exactly as I thought. Also, it felt like it didn't actually go over when I thought it would go over. Yeah, it's kind of something weird with the perspective. But yeah, at least we see the thing. That feels a lot better. It does go into the thing. Yeah, it's supposed to have like a texture. Oh yeah, that's right. I never actually set the texture. Just asking that guy's crazy, bro. People watching him sleeping, like 50,000 people watching him. Are they actually sitting there watching him sleeping, or did they just forget to put the stream away or something? I can't imagine someone just sitting there watching him sleeping. I mean, are they chatting? I mean, they must be chatting with each other or something. They're probably doing something else, like watching a movie or whatever. Yeah, in the meantime. But that's crazy. I mean, it's kind of like the modern well, it's kind of like a chat room then. It's more like a chat room. $60 million subs. Which platform are we talking about? I'm guessing YouTube. Because otherwise it would be crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, okay. Man, I'm so distracted. I need to kind of work on my focus. Context switching. So we have the thing here. Let's get the renderable out. And we have the model gen, and it's gonna be model. And then there's like materials, 0, maps. And I think it's just the first map. Texture is going to be game load or get texture. The thing is, the texture is not correct though. The texture is like off. I was thinking of having it could have other things in it as well. I guess we'll make one that is specific for this one, because I'm not sure how to map like a texture that has multiple things in it. So let's crop this. Crop to selection. And this is highlight. Highlight cell maybe. All right. Full audience will lock down hit, always sitting at home. Okay. Will you draw all things on your own, or are you gonna buy download assets? Well, I have downloaded like the towers that I have in this game is like downloaded from itch, an asset pack on itch, like a free asset pack. Okay, so there's the texture. What else was I thinking about? We could also set the shader, but I don't think we want to. Okay, let's see where this gets us here. Oh yeah, we should also put it on the transparent queue as well. There we go. Cool. And let's put it on the transparent queue. So renderable set queue. Transparent. All right, I think it still works because of the way that I put the position stuff in there, the way that it's rendered anyway. So there we go. Cool. And as you can see, it's kind of rendered even though we're not clicking, or even though we're not like on it. Also, I probably want to... I mean, we could just test like yellow, for example. Cool. All right. I kind of want to change like the, you know, the texture on the ground here. Also, let's put this slightly closer to the ground. 0.1. Okay. Okay. Well, what we could do is we could like change the colors of these to be like green. So that's one thing that we could do. I mean, now everything is green. I could also just make a quick texture to where the things would go. So let's make a texture here. I'm not sure how large we want it to be. Whoops. Let's see. This is like a... So the thing is 32 by 32. We can divide it by 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, unfortunately. Six. That doesn't work, right? 6. No. 8. I guess we could divide it by 8. 8 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, that's perfectly good, I guess. We could also do this. Wait, is this correct? 8? No, this is not correct. 1, 1, 1. Come on. Why is it not moving? I have to have the cursor on it for it to move when I press the key. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this should be moved down. Okay, sure. Let's have this layout, I guess. So they start here. Gonna have like a little ring, circle of power, as they call it in Warcraft 2, as the starting point, and then we'll have the end point over here, and then the other points are checkpoints. Okay. Will be endless world or level based. I'm just gonna make this first. I'm just gonna make this level here. All right, this is F3D level. All right. Now we go to setup, and here's the ground. The ground does have a renderable. I'm gonna instead make this a plane. And then we're gonna get the renderable out, and then we're gonna set the texture to be level. And I probably need to change the filter maybe, but let's try this. Oh. A crash. Oh, I never copied over the thing. Okay, here's the level. Cool. That worked way better than I thought, although it's kind of below the thing. So I'm gonna move it up. Yo, Penguin, welcome back. So let's just put it at 0. Oh, I need to actually change this. And also kind of the I guess the physics also need to kind of change, because now it's like it's different from what it actually is here. Can you actually make a plane? Let's do this. Let's do like 1. And that's the extent, I believe. So it's gonna be too high. So that means that the center of y should be -1. Wait, this doesn't actually work. Wait, what if I make this 0? Will that crash or something? No? Okay. Okay, that actually works. Cool. All right, now I want to change the grid to kind of match the thing, because this grid is only over here. I need to have it work over here. So let's go over to tower grid, because the world coordinates that we give in we're gonna have to transform a little bit. So we probably want like a world offset here. I mean, it technically could be 3D, but let's make it 2D, I guess. Okay. World coordinates. World coordinates to grid coordinates. Right. So world position, we have to add or subtract. Wait. So if it's negative, then we subtract it to get to 0. Yeah, so I think it's this. Yeah. And now we just need to actually put it in here, and that's where the setup is gonna be. So actually, I'm gonna actually move you out, and we're gonna put you, basically, we could put you over here actually. And now the offset will be like negative, I guess -100, 100. Oh. All right. Okay. This feels strange and wrong. Now why is that happening? I mean, if we remove this, I'm just gonna test that this goes back to what we had before. Okay. Except it doesn't, because it's like in the... Wait. Is that the actual origin here? I guess it is. Yeah. Okay, it is. Yeah, so now we're back to where we were before, but for some reason when we do like negative 100, 100. No. It should be half, but still. It should be half. Like that's the top left. But still, that felt way off. Like, why would it be in the center? Okay. Oh yeah, and also, okay, so now it kind of works. And then cell center has to also now add world offset as well. Oops. No. Get cell top left is a thing that is nice to have. Turn, well, it's gonna be this. Minus this. And then you are gonna be top left is get cell top left. And now we don't have to do all this crap, we just say plus that. And same thing here. There we go. Okay, so now we're correct over here. Cool. Now I basically want to extend the grid to be working on the whole thing, which would be kind of like, well, this is like 32. Yeah, it doesn't actually, I would like, it would be nice if one pixel would actually match 32 here. So if we change the size of the thing to be something here, so let's do like round size. It's going to be like I believe the texture was 32 by 32. So it's just, I think it's just gonna be 3216. What is this 1010? That's width and height. Yeah. actually it's over 16. Yeah. Wait, is it 16? Or is it actually 4? Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay. Because these are 4 in size. Like the cell size is 4 by 4. Actually, yeah. Let's do that. Let's do cell size is. Let's type that out as well. 4 by 4, and this is 32 by 32 times cell size. Okay. And then this is cell size, and this is over cell size, which is like grid size, I guess. All right. Yeah, now it aligns perfectly here. Cool. And it goes all the way down over here. Nice. Okay, I think we can finally get rid of this draw grid thing. Cool. All right. I kind of want to be able to zoom out more, but and change the direction of the camera. Oh shit! What happened there? Integer overflow. Tower grid 53. Why did that happen? Was that was a weird edge case I just found, and I'm never gonna find again. Maybe like on the absolute edge. Okay. I'm just gonna ignore that for now. If it turns up again, we'll figure it out. I'm gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. right. And I also have some water. Water. All right. So what now? Now we're here. What I would like to have is like, you should be able to build on, or you shouldn't be able to build on here, right? So we should probably have like a map or something. I wonder like how. Also, I feel like the towers should be larger technically. Like I should have larger like cell sizes here. Like maybe a cell size is like, you know, like this instead of this, or maybe even this. And then we can scale up the towers. But first I would like to do so that we can't draw on certain places. So the question is, how do we want to do that? I mean, I could just try to get the pixel from the texture and look at the data there to see what the color is. And if it's like green, then we're good. I guess that's one way maybe to do it. We could generate I mean, we already have the texture data, so isn't that like the simplest way to do it? Let's do like can build. Either we have the cell or, yeah, we should probably just have the cell. And then we also need the texture. So can you access the data here? I don't, maybe you can't, because it's in like GPU memory. What if we had an image? Is that? Oh, we can export a file. That's cool. Export as code. What? Get color. Here we go. So get the color. Are you gonna be a color actual thing? And then we need like X and Y. That are U sizes. Well, actually it's not perfect because these are I32s, but we can just cast them. Yeah, and then we're basically checking if color R is equal to build mask or actually, do you have like an equals function? No. And g equal, oops, not equal, not assign, I should say, and b is b. Then return true, otherwise return false. And we need a build mask. Color is going to be a color. It's going to be the color that we have here, which is this color. Which is 37, or it's gonna be like 30 times 16 plus 7. No, wait, 30 times 16. No, so it's 48 plus 7 is 55. 8 times 16 is 128, right? No, it's not. It's 96. No. No, it's 128. No, it's not. What is it? It's 30. No, 16 times 8 is 48 plus 80. Yeah, it's 128. Yeah. Trust your instincts. And E is A, B, C, D, E. 14. So 42. 2F, 32 plus 15, 47. There we go. You do need alpha as well. Alpha we don't care about. I'm just going to put 0 there. All right. So if that is true, then we can build on it. Otherwise, we cannot. Okay. And let's go back to some things. So basically, what we need now also is like we need an image as well. So do we go to assets for that? Do we have to add like an asset for this? I guess we can. Yeah, sure, why not? Images, image key, image key to file name, load image, unload image, load image from file. Okay, yeah. Use as an image. Load image. Image key file name. Image key. And this one is level. So we're kind of loading it in, I guess, twice, but whatever. Image key is not actually created, so let's create it. Image key is level. All right. Cool. So there we go. Now we have that. Now we can say over here, for example. You know what? Actually, here, what we can do is we can say highlighted cell context, add invisible. And if we have a thing, we can say remove invisible. Cool. So then it's not actually shown when it's not drawn when we don't have a cell. Cool. Hello, RZ Sammy. Good to see you, man. What's up? What's up? How's it going? Actually, I want to put you a tiny bit up as well. Maybe. No, maybe not. All right, cool. Also, are they adding or replacing? Add or replace, okay. Great. What was I doing? Can anyone remember? So we put the highlighted, so it's invisible now if you don't have the thing. What was it that I wanted to do? Oh yeah. Can build. Right. So can build. I guess what we could do is we could say grid can build cell, and here we need the image, so we actually need like game get image that we don't have, and the image is level. Get image, we're gonna say or else unreachable. So if we cannot build, we return here. And I'm also going to include if we actually can build according to the build mask, or rather if we already have a tower, we return false. I guess there's a distinction between if you can build, even like if you can build on this cell normally, disregarding the current tower, or if you can, well, maybe, well, it depends if we need it or not. Expected this, found that. There you go. And you need to be casted. Okay. Now, if I click here, nothing's gonna happen because we cannot build here, but we can build over here. So there you go. I think I also want the kind of highlight thing to not show if we cannot actually build there, or maybe it should show like a different color, perhaps here, like tint is red, and here we can say that actually here we say tint is yellow, and here it's red. No? Strange. That's weird. How, like, it is turned to yellow normally. Oh, it's only if we click on it, right? Okay. So if we click on it, we can, or if we can build, it should be yellow. If we cannot build, actually, we can just return. And then down here, we actually don't need to check this. Okay. No. Wait. There we go. There we go. Can't build here, we can build here. Okay. Now, the question is, can we probably make the grid like size higher? So that, let's say we have 4 here, 4 there, 4, 4, 4. It's not gonna match totally, but I guess that's fine. It's a little bit. What about 9? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, it's not gonna match. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's never gonna match because this is like an odd number. I guess it's fine. Let's just do it like this. But I would like to scale up this tower a little bit. So where do we create the tower? We're creating it here. And we have the model. We have some stuff. Let's grab, let's do like tower scale. Let's do like 2. Let's do tower context, get that model gen, scale. Actually, I think that is a scalar. 3. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's not model gen, right? It's just model. All right. There we go. That's a little bit better. Cool. Cool. Okay, so let's now do so that we can have enemies walking around here. Now here, that's going to be the interesting thing here for me. It's like getting these guys out and having them, you know, animate, walking around. So let's make a little, this could be part of the tower defense system here. Excuse me. Let's make a function that has like spawn enemy. Woof. Woof. We need game and probably something else, but let's start here. So we'll need we're gonna create the thing. Actually, let's just start with that. Renderable 3D hidden model context key is gonna be barb. Tint is white. I think that is one of the keys. No? Barbarian. Oh, right. It's barbarian.god or god. Yes, that is correct. All right, that's the renderable. I guess we could put like position here. And let's get this thing here. I'm gonna like add v3 body. Just a convenience function for this. And we don't really care about that. All right, if we need more stuff for this, then so be it. Game, we actually have position. We need I think we have like 2v3, yeah. Okay. So we'll do add v3 body, context and position. All right. It's dynamic, but it's, I guess it's not gonna be affected by anything. It's not gonna be affected by gravity. So gravity scale is 0. What else? Is bullet is enabled. Type. I guess a dynamic body, if I remember, dynamic is like if something, it was like this. If something has, no wait, I think these need to be kinetic, because dynamic I think was like if it was supposed to be able to collide with other things, and kinetic is like something that is just moving around, while static is just static, it stands still. I think that was the distinction. So let's change these to kinematic, I guess. Kinematic. Okay. But they don't, they're not affected by gravity. All right. Cool. And, well, also it doesn't really make sense for them to have a hull, I guess, either then. So I guess we could actually just don't care about that. I don't remember. Maybe they have to be dynamic. Because if they are not supposed to collide, wouldn't we just not add a hull then? There was some kind of weird difference between kinematic and dynamic. I'm just gonna go back to dynamic and see how this works. Yeah. Okay. So now we are creating the entity. We have the body. We add a renderable. We have the our body thing. What else? Yeah, that should be good enough for now. We're gonna have to figure out like the animation and stuff later. But yeah, so for here I want to also like this part. I'm gonna just call this setup. Okay. And then basically the rest here, I'm gonna have like start frame. And then we're gonna do like interface, update interface. Gumma. Okay, and then I want to have like update spawns or something. Ugh. So let's just add like next spawn at if next spawn adds less than or equal to elapsed time, then we spawn an enemy at spawn start position, which is at somewhere. We could actually just find it. Well, no, maybe not. Spawn start position is gonna be like well, if we look at the image, 1 1, or this is like 0 0 1 1 2 2 3 3. So it's between, so it's 3.5 3.5. Times the cell size, which is like 4 by 4. I guess it's like hard-coded for that. But yeah, you need a 3. I guess we'll do v3 like this. Or this, and then we put you at like 0.1 to have you slightly above the ground. Or maybe even 0.01 or something like that. Okay. So that should already do that. And then we have this, and then we do like, I don't know, spawn cooldown. Start with like 2 seconds or something. Alright, so now we should get a spawn every 2 seconds at the start. Oh, interesting. It ended up over there. Oh yeah, because we're not offsetting right. We need to offset by the grid offset. So let's get the grid. And we'll add grid offset, which is not a vector 3. I'm almost contemplating to add like a converter from 2D to 3D, like .xz or something. Now that's 3D to 2D. Or, well, I guess it could be either. Depends on... XZ3 could be like make a 3D vector from XZ of this. And this has to be vector 3. And this gives us... No, it has to be vector 2. And it gives us a vector 3. And we return V3, 0, V, and then 1. But we could also allow for like specifying the Y if we want. Do we want that? Let's just do this. All right, that's the grid offset. Cool. So now we can actually use this directly instead. All right, that should be good. There we go. Wait, why is it spawning over there now, though? Supposed to spawn here. All right, because now we're in the center. That's the center, right? So this is actually the center of the, okay, of the 4 things, right? I actually got the center of 1 cell, but we wanted the center of 4 cells. There we go. Cool. So we got the little barbarian spawning here. Cool. Now... a bunch of these spawning. Now, oh, wait, I think I know, hang on. If we're up here and we zoom in, no? Man, there was some, I got the edge case again. Okay. Well, anyway. Hello, Subidara. What's up? How's it going? How's the development going? It's, yeah, it's going good. I'm making this little 3D project here, like a TD thing. We can place towers, and we got this little character spawning here. And next step, what I want to do is make the character move over here, and also play the walking animation, which I have no idea how to do. I have to kind of read up on that. What are you up to, Subdara? All right. All right. Let's see. All right, yeah. So spawn the enemy. Now, we would like to know when the enemy reaches a certain point. So we'll create a bunch of checkpoints, and whenever they reach a checkpoint, we want to like move them to the next checkpoint. So I'll make a checkpoint list. Checkpoint. Let's make this constant. Okay. Because I'm gonna define it right here. And what is a checkpoint? A checkpoint is going to have a target destination, which is an optional vector to... No, it's a rectangle. And then so if you're at checkpoint 0, that's when you start. And that links to the next checkpoint. And then that checkpoint has the next checkpoint. So you're at 0, then your target is that checkpoint rectangle. Then you switch to the next checkpoint. If you reach a target that doesn't have, or a checkpoint doesn't have a target, then you've reached the end, essentially. That's the idea. You made the models yourself? No, I did not. I did not. I downloaded like free assets on itch.io from Kit, K-A-Y, which had made a lot of free assets to just be downloaded, which is really nice. They have like free versions and premium versions. I downloaded like the free ones. Alright, and then you get a target, and we set the target to target. Alright, and that's essentially all we need for the checkpoint. I guess we can also check, like, is the end self checkpoint return if target is null. Alright. So let's create this checkpoint. So we'll have the first checkpoint is the one that everyone starts with. So that should be, if we look at the map here, they should start here, and then the point is over here. So this is at 27.3. Actually, it's at 28.4. That's the top. 28.4. I'm gonna have these in grid coordinates. So actually this could be just a vector, because we can turn it into a rectangle. So I'm gonna get the rec out from there. This gives you a rectangle. Don't worry, I don't also know modeling. Yeah. I mean, I might have to do some modeling at some point, and you know, maybe I'll start to really like it. I don't know. It just seems very tedious to me. I mean, the thing is, you have to kind of enjoy the process. I mean, I don't know if I do that or not right now, because I haven't really tried it that much. I do know I really enjoy programming though. But yeah, pixel art is also pretty interesting. Like, I'm starting to, you know, enjoy the process more and be more patient. I just want to have everything get done, you know, but you also sometimes, you know, you have to be patient to reap your rewards sometimes. And then it's gonna be okay. All right, so the rectangle is going to be the target. Well, it's going to be in it. And we have like the cell. I'm just gonna make the cell size be a thing here. B2 is 44. So this is gonna be cell target times cell size and cell size. That's the rectangle. All right. So yeah, that's the first one. The second one is over at here, which is at 420. Coincidence? All right, and then over here, 2820. No, wait, that's the other way around, right? 2820 should be up here, and then 420. And then we have this is the last one, which is 428. Cool. So those are all the checkpoints. And I guess the last one is like null. So that's the end. Make models with zig only. I mean, it is possible. I actually tried to do that at some point. Like when I tried to make a 3D engine some time ago. Because I really enjoyed making. I made like pixel art with Doom-like graphic stuff. Because I wanted to make like a Doom clone with some nice upgrades or something. And but then I tried to kind of make, I tried to make my own like 3D engine thing, and it went good for some time. But then I tried to make like models, and I just failed. I don't know what the issue was. There was some math stuff that didn't work out properly. So all right. Okay, those are the checkpoints. So let's do, so update spawns. We spawn the enemy. I want to add like a tag that's just going to be enemy. Or maybe the checkpoint could be, actually we'll just add a checkpoint as a component. Add checkpoint, and it's just going to be checkpoint 0. And now I actually do need self here. All right, we're just adding the first checkpoint to everything. Because this spawns the enemy, and then we need to iterate through all the enemies. So we'll make an iterator. And we will say that we need things that have a body and a checkpoint. Actually, it's just checkpoints. And we're gonna iterate. And then we're gonna say, I want body. No. Get the body and get the checkpoint. All right. But yeah, you can definitely try to make a model like just defining the vertices. But that's the problem. Like that's why I made an editor for my Metroidvania game, because I didn't want to have to do everything in code. I wanted to have some visual way of editing things, because otherwise it would take too long to do things. Okay, so now what we want to like apply I guess we just apply impulse towards the checkpoint, where the impulse is we have position, and we have like checkpoint rectangle. Let's get the rectangle. Actually, first we probably want to just check if the rectangle collides with the point. So check collision point rec. Point is 2RL position. And then this is checkpoint rec 2RL. So if they collide, oh yeah, I forgot about the grid offset. Okay. If they collide, then we need to go to the next checkpoint. Oh yeah. That's actually an issue because we don't have the next checkpoint. I mean, we could include like an index here, I guess. A little bit tedious. So if this is true, we want to add checkpoints. So this would be like checkpoints, checkpoint index +1. And then we're gonna have to re-get this here. Make models using machine code. I mean, that is already a thing. Oh, I was thinking machine learning, sorry. Yeah, machine code. Yeah. Especially with like x86-64, that is a nightmare. Challenge, try using assembly for one day. I can do that. I actually made my own assembler, like I made my own assembler and linker to the ELF format to run executables on Linux. That was fun, but it also made me realize that there's a whole lot going on in that world that you don't really think about when you're programming normally. You know, even just going to assembler from you know, a higher level language like C, there's a lot going on that you don't really see. No pun intended. But yeah, I actually like doing some assembly is actually pretty interesting and would be fun. I just have to figure out what that project would be. Like making a game in assembler might be a little too much. I mean, what if we could use... Actually, is there like Raylib assembler bindings or something like that? Bindings. Assembly x86. A wrapper for assembly x86. A wrapper of Raylib version 6 for assembly, program language. FASM version. Oh, nice. That's what I'm actually familiar with, so that's good. Note you will need to have DLL and source files in the same folder directory. Right, so it's like loading in the DLL. I guess it only works for Windows. And source files. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so you could do this. This is like an example here. This is how you call a function. First you push a bunch of things, I guess, on the stack. Wait, what? No, that's not correct. How? What is this API? Normally you just put, there's specific registers you have to put the arguments in when you call a function. That's normally the API, but here they're pushing things on the stack and then calling. I mean, that's a way to do it. I guess that's how this is compiled. I don't know. This is weird. Also, what's going on here? All right, we're continuing down here, right? And here you have a label that you can jump to. If so, it's a loop. We just jump through. This is the main loop, I guess, and this is the end. Excuse me. So yeah. Why do they do this? Like, this seems very unoptimized. Make a scientific calculator in assembler. Using Raylib? Or just terminal? Yeah, so essentially using assembler is essentially just, I mean, you can kind of see it as using something like C, but in a more cumbersome way. It's like everything becomes so cumbersome in assembler, but some things are actually super simple though. So that's what's surprising about going lower level, is that on in a higher level language, some things actually become like more well, I guess harder to kind of think about. Like, it becomes more complicated. When in lower level languages actually becomes more simple and also more optimized as well. And then not really vice versa, but yeah. Anyway. Raylib apparently has assembler. I mean, yeah, it is in assembler because, you know, as soon as you have anything in compiled to native, in a library, essentially, you can you can just, you know, have it in assembly as well. Actually, you know what? I wonder. What this actually has. It has a bunch of definitions. So what do we need the source code for? Oh, this already has like the DLL. So you just clone this and you have to have this here. Okay. So init window, import raylib. It's because it's the Windows API, maybe. Maybe that's why it's like that. Interesting. Yeah, this just exports everything like this. And then all you need is like the DLL. So this just defines a bunch of symbols, essentially. But then FASM has, you know, this special keyword for importing DLLs and stuff. You also need exit process, because otherwise you can't actually exit the program. It's not like a normal program where you can just, at the end of the instructions, it just ends. That's not how it works in assembler. You actually have to call end process so that the operating system knows that you want to end it. It doesn't do that for you. And then FASM also has like an interesting meta programming thing. It has like structs, which I don't really know. I haven't really deep dived into FASM. It would be interesting to kind of do this. Maybe next time. All right, let's figure this out here. So we have the thing. Now let's get the direction from... Do we have like direction here? No. Direction from position to checkpoint rectangle. I guess the center. Which we don't have a thing for, but I will actually. Now the good thing is we can just add it. There we go. Where were we? Okay. So you push, and when you call a function, it pops the value from the stack to use arguments. I mean, yeah, but that is like only one. I like that. Okay. It's kind of like in assembler, when you call a function, there's no like inherent kind of way to declare parameters and putting arguments into a function call. You simply call a function. Essentially, the only thing you're doing is essentially you're just jumping to the place to execute the function code. But it's up to the programmer to kind of then also ship the data needed for the function to run. And how you do that is actually up to the programmer. But what people did was they created what's called conventions or ABIs which I don't remember exactly what it stands for right now, but it's essentially rules for how you actually call a function with arguments. So one ABI says that, okay, you just push things on the stack, and there's a set number of arguments for each function. Let's say a function takes 3 arguments, you push 3 things on the stack, that gets popped. They also have a specific size as well. Everything you push has a size. Well, actually, maybe that's not true. Or maybe, yeah, it's true, right? If you push it, yeah, because there's different versions of push. But anyway, you push like an 8-bit, there's an 8-bit thing on the stack. You push a 32-bit, now there's a 32-bit on the stack, but it has like this specific offset on the stack. So if you push a 32 and then an 8-bit, now the stack has 40 bits and not like, you know, 32 times 2 or 64 times 4 or 2. I mean, it has 32 plus 8. And and so when the function that gets called reads from the stack, like they actually have to know the size, so each argument has a specific, or the function has a specific number of arguments, and each argument has a specific size. Okay? So that's one ABI. Then you have the other ABI, which I believe is what Linux usually uses, and that is where there's a specific set of registers that you use for function calls. So one register is used for the first argument, another register is used for the second argument, and so on, until you have like, well, it depends on the CPU as well, but until you have like, I don't know, maybe, yeah, let's say 10 registers, like 10 slots arguments. If you continue further, it's going to start pushing on the stack instead. So that is another ABI. So that's like 2 different ways to actually call a function in assembler. Assembler doesn't care how you do it. It's just get the data there somehow. Somehow the function needs to know, you know, what data to use. And it depends on the CPU architecture, and it also depends on, you know, the convention that is used, the operating system. Okay, so we need like direction, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set the impulse. It's gonna be like actually, this needs to be 3D. Yeah, so we could do like X. Yeah, that is X3D or X3. And that's our direction. Is actually now going to be a 3D direction. So actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this because we're kind of working in 2D here. I'm gonna make XZ2, which takes a 3D and makes it into a 2D. And that's gonna be what's happening there. And then we need a direction. And this is like from and to, which is gonna be type of from. And we'll get Actually, direction is... It's kind of weird, because if it's 2D, it means that we could just get an angle. If it's 3D, we should get like a quaternion or something, right? Or just, you know, you can just sub one with the other to get the thing. So direction, we could just do... is it gonna be position minus the center? I think. Yeah, I think so. That's gonna be the relative from position to center. Or is it the other way around? Because if position is positive... minus 0 stays positive, yes. So then we're getting the relative there. However, I want to revert it. So actually, I think it's the other way around. Yeah. Because if the position is there, we want to get this one, which makes it go there. Yeah. Okay. Right. So that's the direction. Now we can normalize it, and we can, now we can do like impulse is normalized there, and scale it by like some kind of speed, which I don't know what it should be, but let's set it to 1 for now. And then this would be the impulse, except this is 2D, we need to make it into 3D. So xz3 of that. Oh, this is... you know what? We could just make you into 2D directly. Oops. Is anything happening? No? Okay. So we're going through everything that has body and checkpoint. We are adding the checkpoint here. So it should have the checkpoint on it. And update spawns is called and this one spawns the enemy, and then we iterate. Hello, Packer Rep. Finally caught you in time. 3 hours already. Yeah. I started a little bit earlier today. Is this the usual time you're available? I forget. Were you in... Sorry, I forget which time zone you had. If you were like +1 or -1. Germany. Right. Guten Tag. I think is how you say. I'm really bad at German. I know that you hate, or I've heard that. I mean, I think Swedish people is kind of the same. Like, if someone tries to speak Swedish, I think that's general here is like, I think it's more true. Like, the more back in time you go, the more true it is. But basically, people don't like it when you speak their language and it's like broken. But I think now we are more accepting because of things. And but if someone tries to speak Swedish and we notice that it's not their, like, they haven't really learned it yet, sometimes we switch to English. Although I try to not do that though, because they're never gonna learn if they want. Because if they're speaking Swedish, that means they are trying to learn Swedish, right? Or get better at it. Okay, I went on a weird tangent, I feel like, right now, but... yeah. I don't like to get political or stuff like that. And I think there are a lot of people that get scared for things they don't really know about, and they just, yeah, there's a lot of rumors going around, and if you actually try to, you know, check up on these rumors, you find out that many of them are false. But you know, people spread things that are not true, but they think it's true because it fits their world view. Anyway, so I think that people need to be better at, in general, people need to be better at fact checking. Fact checking sources. Understanding what credible source actually means. Anyway. So, what's going on? This is not happening, I feel like. I get you, yeah. Many Germans feel proud when they actually master the language. I count myself to these people, so it's a bit of love the effort, but disliking when people try to speak. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. But it's like, also like, if a person actually wants to learn to speak German, or any language, then... you know, the best way is to actually go, like, speak to people who know the language, because otherwise you won't learn it, because you would learn, like, it's like learning, like, if you're just reading about the language, you won't learn how to say things, you know. So there's no getting around it. Regarding politics, its politics has nothing to do with software. Yeah. So why is this not happening? Also, we need to check, like, if we're at the end as well here. If actually, we need to actually do it here. We can do it here or here. Actually here. If we reach the end, then we remove, then this is like lose life. So context remove, no, destroy, and continue. All right, but the thing is not moving at all. Let's try, I'm not sure what scale. Let's try like times 100. True, but German, especially all with around 7,500 lived dialects, and the degree of people speaking actual. Okay, I'm not gonna try to pronounce the things. Okay, High German instead of English is diminishing, to say the least. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure, but I mean, if someone just wants to learn any type of dialect, like any kind, it's gonna be impossible if everyone just, you know, gets angry or, you know, tries to speak English with you. Okay, I don't know why it's not moving. Maybe this code is not called. Body was impulsed. Let's see. Which is why I recommend learn what overlaps in English and German, which is a ton. Okay, so it was impulsed by quite a bit, but nothing's happening. Oh, wait. Do you have... I think these only have position, that's right. No, we have body. No, they have body. So what the is going on? Yeah, there's a lot of things overlapping. I mean, Swedish as well. Swedish is like a mix of Old Norse, you know, English, German, French, probably Latin. Even some weird ones, which like unique ones. Though, for example, is something in German the same word? Yeah, we also have the world or the word dock, which means the same thing. And Scottish is also influenced by Scandinavian, because Scotland was closest. Like English was very influenced by Scandinavian languages. A lot of words came from Old Norse over to England, like the, they, them, their, came from Old Norse, but also, like, I think there's also ancestry. Like, of course, there's like more older ancestry there, as well as like common, like, you know, the Germanic, Proto-Germanic or whatever. Exactly, it's just at some point in time a forced way to speak it versus write it, and they call it reformation. Yeah, I like languages. I don't speak a lot of languages. I speak, you know, Swedish, English. That's basically it. Norwegian, perhaps. I've learned from my partner. It's but okay. So it was important. I don't really understand why. Like, I'm interested in like the history. It's very interesting to me. It was impulsed, but it doesn't move. It's dynamic. Is it because we don't have a hole? Let's try and add a hole and see if that does anything. Oh, it does. What the hell? Okay. Let's. I guess we'll go back to 1. Wait, what's the crash? Is the crash? Is it the same crash as we usually get? Overflow. Let's actually just go in here and check. It's an overflow. X and Y. Is it like wrapped around or something? I don't know. Because it seems to get this, but then it overflows when doing this. So it might actually wrap around. The grid position, world offset, world position. We just do like float from int. Also, we do check if it's less than the grid size. So, yeah, that's weird. So it basically has to be positive, and it has to be less than grid size. So I don't understand how that is an overflow. How can that be an overflow? Unless grid size is something else. No, that's just width and height. Also, I could just do from int here. Actually, I can't. Because it doesn't have a type. I mean, languages are called like literal codes. Haven't yet found a programming language that was nuanced enough in its grammar and syntax to make use of what it offers. So naturally, I often code like as if I would write. I use time add meta layers via naming as soft checks. I don't know what that is. But yeah, it's interesting. I think there is like a program language, or there's probably multiple that tries to kind of look like written language, like English sentences. I don't know. It's for me, it's like the syntax for me is like less important. What's more important is the utility of the things in the language to make you productive, remove like hurdles to basically do stuff, essentially. Like, how easy is it to get into the patterns and do stuff in it? Which I feel like Zig is pretty good. Zig feels like you can do anything and there's basically nothing stopping you from doing something you want. So I really like Zig. Basically, when you read the code out loud as you would normally, then what you form is an actual sentence that reflects everything going on in that scope at that time, reflecting past, present, future. Okay. Man, you have some high standards for your code. No, but yeah, you have to kind of translate. As I'm looking at this, I have to translate from the code to like spoken language. Because, you know, if I would just read out const grid post equals, yeah, I mean, that also works, but it's, you know, I would rather say, I don't know, grid position is equal to world position minus self, minus like the offset over cell size. I don't know. I'm kind of, you know, filtering out stuff and leaving stuff out. Like, I'm trying to pick, you know, pick the important stuff out and yeah. Anyway, what the hell am I doing here? Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out how this would be. How is this overflowing? I just don't understand. Because this should be small here and positive. And it's also U size, so it has to be positive. And it has to be small. Because it's less than grid size. And it's also that. Perform bitwise or... Wait. Bitwise or... No, what? Bitwise? Oh! Wait, how is... No. This is different. It's a different thing. Right. That's different. I'm pretty sure that it... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this has to work because this works from everything it has done before. If any of the components is less than 0, we return null. If any components are more than the size or equal, we return null. Otherwise, we happily cast it. Maybe... What if it's actually 0? No, that doesn't work. Because the edge cases has been like when it's like negative 50 something. or like negative, yeah, 40 or 30 or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna leave this for now. Maybe we'll just add a little thing here. Is there... Okay, I'm gonna double check this, like zig documentation, because there's this overloads plus subtraction, wrapping, addition. Okay, so there is wrapping multiplication or saturating multiplication. So we're gonna use, I guess we'll use like saturating them. The problem is this will be an issue otherwise as well. Yeah, what the hell, man. You know what? Actually, let's do it like this instead. Let's do 2int usize. No, not usize. I32. And then u will actually be that. We can also make you I32. Let's do int cast. All right, and now there's an issue here because grid position, and this is an this is not. But let's do vector to I32. It's kind of cumbersome how we have to do this. Flat 0. All right. And now we don't need to do float thing. We can just return, except we need to cast it. Thank you for the follow. What does that say? Ferned. Oh, thank you. 230 followers. Nice, nice. Sorry, I need to check. Ferned pawn or one pawn. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. But we can it can still wrap here though. But now the checks are more consistent. Like they're not floating precision issues here. We simply check, are you negative? Or are you more than equal to grid size? In that case, you're not. So this should be more stable, hopefully. It's ind pawn. It's one ND pawn because ind pawn was taken. Oh, ind pawn. How did you come to that name? Okay, let's get back here. All right, let's see. Right, we get these guys. Whoa, what the hell happened? I can't scroll to see where they are going, but yeah, they are they are going. Off. Yeah, they're actually trying to get here. But they don't really break. Okay. That's kind of funny. So the thing is, I don't think there is a way to kind of just break them. I think we have to kind of add damping. Let's set damping to a lot. Like linear damping. I was like 8 when I came up with it, and it's my username everywhere for years. Right, really? And it was taken. That's... Okay, here we go. They're stacking, trying to move over to the place, but they're so slow, so... Huh, I wonder how high this goes. No! Why is that happening? There is some weird stuff going on when I try to move the camera sometimes. I wonder if it's like... I think it was when I tried to rotate. Is it when I try to rotate around like the center point or something? It's so hard to hit that though. No, I don't think so. So you're making a tower defense game? Cool. I used zig+raylib, but not for zig. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to do some 3D stuff. And here's the enemies. They're spawning. I can build like towers. But yeah, I haven't... Oh, the tower is... Wait, why? Oh yeah, because gravity. Oh yeah, they're not affected by gravity. Okay, yeah. I think linear damping is good. What have you used zig+raylib with? What language? Like C? Let's see. All right, let's add like, I don't know, 100 to speed. See where that leaves us. Okay, here we go. Okay, now it's starting to look like something here. And then they go over here, they should turn. All right. Stop them. Except our towers doesn't shoot. I've used it in C++. Okay, cool. I wonder why there's like a slight variance to their movement a little bit. Or maybe it was just the first one. Still, that's kind of strange. And they reach the end, and there we go. Why do they like break when they're at the end? That's kind of weird. Why is that happening? Oh, I got the thing. I don't know why that happens. Okay. Cool. So they move around. What kind of game have you made, Inpon? Working on a small game engine as my first C++ project, so it's been pretty fun learning. Oh, okay, I see. Nice. Cool. What kind of architecture are you using? Like, are you using like ECS or anything like that? Let's see, update spawns. So now I want... Okay, so now I need to figure out how do I make them like walk. Hello, Phil. Welcome. How do I make them walk? Now, I think the best way to figure this out is actually just to go to Raylib examples and perhaps models. Current animation. So here is like animations, I think. Yeah. So let's check this out. Loading IQM. I don't know what that means. Maybe we should look at like the thing that I'm using. GLTF, here we go. So we got that GLB, which is the model or something. And then we have the animations. Oh, it's like exactly the same file, I guess. I'm just kind of making a wrapper for Raylib, but adding onto it for what I need. But maybe one time I'll do it from scratch. I'm just learning right now. Right. I mean, I would actually recommend making a project without thinking about what you might need. Like, okay, so how... Okay, well, it depends, I guess. It depends, like... have you made many games before? Like, programming games before? Because I think that if you're starting out, I think it's... you learn a lot by just making a game. And then you kind of realize, okay, I need this, depending on, you know, what you're doing. Because if you're just making a project and adding a bunch of utility stuff, then yeah, it's cool and you're kind of learning the API, but do you actually need those things when you're making a game? But yeah, it is good for learning the Raylib library, though. Not too much to come from web development, so it's not so much games. I'm more just working on a game and then adding features based on what I need for a game. Right. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. That was what I was thinking, yeah. Cool. I'm also a web dev normally. Getting into game dev. Yeah. Looks like you got it figured out. Cool. What kind of games do you like? Do you think you want to make? All right, so it seems like we're just loading the animations like this, I guess, maybe, and then we set index. We get a frame, which is +1 mod by count. Okay, that's an index into the frame. And then we update the thing. Okay, so we update model animation. Oh, that was pretty simple. Of course, I don't know what animations there are or how many, but we'll figure it out. And also, we need a new type of asset now. So we need like animations, I guess. Animation key. I guess this would have the same keys as the model. So we're just gonna say that this is the same thing. Okay. Available roguelike games and anything incremental games with numbers. I'm playing a lot of game called Balatro, if you know heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it. I like the look of it, but I just don't want to get stuck in it. Animation key. I also like. I usually get stuck in incremental games. It's such a guilty pleasure thing, because you know that it's basically this very thin layer of fun. And the real thing underneath is like addiction to watching numbers go up, essentially. Like the addiction of like, oh, now it's going much faster. I just bought this thing and now it goes much faster. And then you're just chasing that over and over. And sometimes there's some depth to how to kind of configure some system to do the most thing. But a lot of the idle games are just buy stuff, increase thing. But it's also one of the things where I probably, the first game that I probably want to kind of put out to sell, if it's like a small project, it's probably going to be like an incremental game. Like a very simple one or something like that. Just to see how it's going to do. Like probably like on mobile or something. And I really love roguelite games as well. Like Binding of Isaac, and I think I played like Brotato. I mean, I've played like roguelikes as well, you know, the original Rogue game, and a bunch of those. There's even like a twin stick shooter that I really enjoy, which is called Nova Drift. That one is really nice. But I basically played that game to death, so I can't really play it anymore. Oh yeah, wait. There's also... Wait, which one was that called? Death Cells, that's right. And I love like Metroidvanias and all that stuff. It's also like, when you play a game that you like, you always get like, I also get like ideas for, okay, I can improve this or improve that. Do you also get that? It's definitely the type of game that I want to make a cool game, grow numbers that I can actually play myself. Yeah. Well, the sad part about that is, you know, because I love kind of exploring the game mechanics as well. So when I find like a new idle game, I get kind of excited because I can explore the new ways of, you know, doing stuff. And it's not just the old, you know, prestige cycle and prestige, like, you know, incremental levels cycle just to press a button to increase. It actually has some other depth to it, or other mechanics to it, that makes it different from other idle games, because otherwise you're just playing the same game with a different makeup, essentially. So I really love the exploring part, like actually okay, if I get to this point, I get to see what new mechanics gets unlocked and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. And the sad part of making it yourself is like, well, you already know what's in there. So, but maybe you could make it so that, maybe like procedural somehow, like, I don't know, to make it like a little bit more interesting. All right, let's add this new thing, animations, models, animations. Actually, I want to put this over here. and everything that is model is animation. Oops. And do that one more time. And you are animation key define. Actually, this could just be model key define actually, because it's the same thing. And it's gonna get the right thing as well. And animation, oh yeah, I mean, actually, zig+raylib has that, so we can just add that here. Animation, model animation, yeah. Actually, this, I should probably call this model animation then, because we have like 2D animations as well. All right, and then load animation. Yeah, so that is gonna give us a model animation, and we're gonna have file name, return load animation from file name, and if this fails, actually, yeah, there we go. Unload model animations. Oh, wait. What did the oh, so it's a pointer. And we get a count. And then we have an index, and then we can change the animation. Okay. Okay, so actually, this is actually a list of animations. Then, and this should be load animations. Yes. Okay. And this gives us a list of animations. Okay, cool. A roguelite incremental hybrid. I mean, yeah. Kind of. So every playthrough, like the thing about roguelites is like you play the same thing over and over again. I guess that kind of makes sense because you're. I mean, some games kind of have like randomness to it, like you know the idle games that have like cards you unlock to improve some stats of some part of the thing. Usually then you can also merge the cards or something like that. Has some randomness to it, but it could be something like that, like maybe you find like random artifacts or random upgrades, or every time you reset, or maybe get to stages in the game you find things. I don't know, it depends on the roguelite, I guess. But or on the incremental game, like what you actually do. Because what I would like for an idle game is like having an interesting mechanic, having like either like a very like engaging mini game, but also an engaging like setup system, so that you can. There's a game. I forget what it's called now, that I really got stuck in for a long time. Man, what was that called? It was like an idle game. And it was like particles. Man, it started. It's like a something. Particles. Man, what was that called? particle incremental, maybe? No, that does not ring a bell. No. Oh, wait. Antimatter dimensions. Mm-hmm. This game. Have you played this one? This one is insane. Yeah. You played it? Yeah. I mean, it was so addicting. It's crazy. And you could even like program your own script for how to do like certain upgrades. And so it's crazy. Man. But I was just like, after a while, after I came to, I think it turned like after eternity, you get to this, I don't know how far you got, but you get to these kind of galactic, or you get to like a map where you do like certain, like different challenges or something like that. I think, if I recall correctly. But this one was really good because it was like the kind of the setup. It basically had no minigame aspect, but it only had like the setup part was so like, I guess, intriguing in a way. It was very very interesting. So yeah, pretty cool. And then there was another one that I don't remember now what it was called, but it basically had, yeah, and here's like this kind of, yeah, this is the reality. No, yeah, I got to this part. I did get to this part, yeah. It's weird how they show this, because to me this is kind of like a spoiler. But yeah. I guess if you look at the screenshots, you get spoiled. I usually don't want to get spoiled on games, but man, this is insane. What is the actually antimatter dimensions? What's it called? How long to beat? Antimatter dimensions. Look at this shit. That's insane. That's just to clear like 708 hours. That's just to clear the game. It's insane. Like, you have to play for like, I mean, I don't know if they count idle hours. And it varies greatly depending on how active you are. The most I have in a game is 1200 hours. I have some hours. I think I messed up my stats, but I had like my original like CS 1.6. I had like 2000 something hours before I stopped playing, or something like that. I think Rocket League I have like a lot as well. What do I have in Rocket League actually? I have, yeah, 1500 hours in Rocket League. Man. What about Dota? Dota, I have oh my god, I have 2000 hours in Dota. What the hell? In Dota 2. Okay, well, anyway. Let's continue. 12,000 in Geometry Dash. Yeah, I know that game. I've played that as well. Geometry Dash, Geometry Dash. I have 67 hours. It's a fun game. So I played it for a bit. Wow, that's a lot of hours in Geometry Dash, man. Are you playing like the super hard levels? Like, are you playing like downloaded levels and stuff like that? All right. So now we should be able to load that animation. And then we should load that here, or I mean here. Okay. So I guess we could just add it here, I guess. No. Let's actually create a component for this. Model animation. And let's have like the key is assets animation key. All right. And then we should also have current animation is 0. And then current animation, current frame. All right. All those hours, I couldn't even beat an extreme demon. I don't think I was meant for the game. So I moved to Balatro. I mean, you played 1,200 hours in it. I think you were meant for the game. Like, I really enjoyed that game, but I can't. Yeah, it's difficult, but also, I don't know, when you come up in those things, like it's more like you know, it's more like it felt like more like what's it called, trial and error type gameplay. I really don't like that, actually. I like more when I can kind of react in real time, because that's when, you know, you kind of get into the zone instead of just doing the same thing over and over and grinding. That can be fun sometimes, but the thing that I really enjoy is like I get an adrenaline rush is doing something for the first time and just reacting to everything without knowing what's gonna come. Man, have you played this game? It's like an old Flash game. Copter. Yeah, this one here. Google Play. Classic helicopter game. No. It's this one, but it's like, what is the actual name? Is it just classic helicopter game? Helicopter game. No, this looks like it, but it also doesn't look like it. Yeah, this is it. And this game, I don't know how many hours I've played this game, but this game is insane. It's really fun when you get 4. You can do these weird maneuvers. Oh man. Okay, that was really bad. The hitbox is a little bit too large, but for the sprite, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, getting far in this, it just gives me such a rush. Oh shit! Even now, I got a tiny tingle of rush playing this game. Man, you haven't played the game, yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same idea, but it's more, I guess. Yeah, it's always a random level, so that's the thing. Like, you never know what's gonna come. Sometimes you just die because of you can't. It's impossible to clear one of the things there. But okay. But anyway, update model animation. We need to do. So what do we need here? We need to do. I guess we could have like get animation, like update, I guess. Yeah. And we need game. Now the thing is, like, how is it updating the frame? It's just adding one every frame. It's adding one. Or did I miss something? No, it just adds one. Every frame it adds one. I guess it works in a fixed update situation. Update. Wait, I don't have a fixed update. Yes, I do. I have physics frame. Physics update. Physics frames. It's not. We're not actually using that right here, but we do have, like, when the update time, we calculate how many physics frames are we gonna do. It's always gonna be one per frame though. Except when, no, yeah, it's always one. So yeah, okay, we could just do one per frame, I guess. We have the animation system, so we can call it here. So we'll make another one. Actually, this one is for 2D animations. And then we'll have 3D. So this one would be model animation instead. I don't think we need renderable for that. We just get the animation and we basically just call update with game here. All right. Okay. What keyboard do I use? I use a keyboard called Das Keyboard. which I think just means the keyboard in German or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pactorap, if you're here. Right. So essentially we don't really need game then in that case. We just wanna, well, actually we do need game because we need to load the animation. Get animation. This is model animation, I guess. Key, or else, I guess if we don't have it, we don't care. Or else return. Get model animation. This is animation key. Animation. Animations. All right. Oh, right. This gives us model animation. Right. Q. Whoop. So, these are actually animations, and then the actual animation is going to be animations self current animation, and then we have to call raylib update animation I use a Wooting 60 HE+. Okay. I'm not really a, a keyboard fetishist, so I have no idea what that is. Is that one of those split keyboards? Model. Oh, we need the model as well. Well, I guess. I guess we just get the model as well then. Because it's going to be the same thing. Okay, sure. Let's do it like this. We're going to get. If we change this, it's going to get an error here anyway, so. That's the model, and then we have the animation, and then the frame is float from int current frame, and we will also current frame plus equals to 1, and mod equal. No, wait, we don't actually know. So let's do it here. Current frame plus equal to 1. Current frame mod equals animation frames count. Keyframe count. Yeah. That should be good. It's a magnetic keyboard. What does that mean? Magnetic? Does it make sounds when you press? Are the buttons, are the keys like floating above the keyboard with magnetic force? That sounds very futuristic. Oh yeah, so system, wait, tower defense. So, right, we need to add the animation model animation. And the key is Barbarian GLB. Cool. Failure. Oh, animation 20. Expected. usize found C int. Let's just do an int cast because it's probably never going to be negative. Basically, the switches uses magnets, and you can change the actuation point for each key. For example, I can have my W key click when I only go down 0.1 millimeters. Oh. So it's like pressure sensitive. So can you also get out, like, you know, a value from, you know, a value on how hard you press the key? And then you can map that to, you know, a game. Is there, like, do you have to press harder for, like, to get the key to press? Or, like, how much force do you have to use? Wooting has some open source stuff for getting values from the keyboard. Okay, cool. Nice. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, what is the issue here? Index out of bounds. Oh, animation 16. Okay. So there were no animations there. Okay. What if, because, okay, I know that there was, okay, well, let's actually do this then. What? Missing name? Oh, there we go. Animation key. Animation key to file name. Animation key. Very nice keyboard, especially for gaming, but a nice keyboard in general. Okay, cool. And I guess also, like, for things like, what do you think? Is it also better for what's it called when you know, on a normal keyboard, things like, is it brushless? If you understand the term, like, basically, does the parts actually touch physically? The sensitive parts, like, because in a, like, I have a keyboard where basically a bunch of the connections has, like, broken off, so the keys just fly around if I try to press it. But this keyboard has held up pretty good. I have another keyboard and it has like different connections. That's not like standard ones. That fails miserably. Characters is gonna be resource file name. Now, what is this file name? It's a GLB, like rig movement basic. Rig media movement basic. Rig medium movement basic GLB. I think that's, yeah. Okay. And then also here, now we actually do need to, so this is the animation key. And then we have the mode key. So model key and animation key. Basically just normal switches, except instead of springs it uses magnets, and you can change out switch stuff, but I don't know all stuff about it. It's just a real good keywords, nice software with features. Okay, cool. Is it pricey? Because this keyboard wasn't that pricey. I actually got it for free when I from the company I worked at. Okay, model is model key. There we go. All right. And then here we need to actually also add characters. Okay. See if that works. Oh, something's happening. Hey! Okay, I have no idea what's going on. But yeah, they're moving all right. Okay. Also, I'm not sure. The FPS seems to kind of go down a lot. Why is that? Because the animations, like all that is cached, so it's not like we're loading in a model for per thing. Why is it so laggy now? I don't think it's the physics though. The physics seems to be fine. Yeah, as soon as I added this animation, it started lagging. Maybe the examples has like a good thing for many things at once. There's also like a weird issue with the bones, I think. The bones seems to not be present on these characters, or there's some issue with loading in those things. Pretty pricey. Got mine for $170. Okay. Well, that's not bad though. I say it's worth it. I've had mine for a year. It's pretty good. Because I bought my keyboard that now is very broken. Costed like $300. And this that I have right now is has lasted way better than that one. But I recently got a sit stand desk, and it's great investment in my opinion. Got a walking pad, right? Yeah, yeah. I have a liftable table here as well, a desk, but it doesn't work. So I don't know. I got used to sitting down. I think it's more like a workplace thing now for me. If I go to an office and if they have one, I probably use it, but. Also, I want to see, like, do they do anything special here? So we load in the model, and then we have, like, bone sockets. Okay, so that is just for equipping and stuff. All right. And GPU skinning, I've learned that means that the GPU can do animations. Maybe we should use that instead. Skinning shader. So we have to have a shader then. But we still call this load skinning shader following raylib attributes uniform conventions for GPU skinning. Okay. Skinning shader could be required to assign all material shaders. Just make sure required uniforms are being updated for the mesh using material and shader. I wonder how many materials you get, because I think default you just get one from what I saw from the code. Decals, custom, billboard, blending, timing. Shadow map would be cool to do as well. Compute. Hybrid. Mesh instancing. So we have a cube. I mean, the thing is, I already only have like one model loaded. Okay, and then you have a bunch of transforms. Raylib C alloc. Okay. And then that is pre-calculated here. We load shaders. We have stuff. Ambient location, set shader value, ambient light level. We have a light. We have material instances. Load material default shader. Okay, so we're creating a new material. We're assigning the instance shader to a material shader with use the mesh drawing. Okay. And then matte default, we have default material. Using Raylib internal default shader for non-instance mesh drawing. Warning, default shader enables vertex color attribute, but GenMesh Cube does not generate vertex colors. When drawing the color attributes, okay. So when drawing the color attributes, disable default colors provided. Okay. But okay, so you create these things, and where do you use them? Like down here, draw mesh, draw a cube mesh with default material blue. Okay. And then draw meshes instance using material containing instancing shader. Red plus lighting transforms for the instances should be provided. They are dynamically updating GPU every frame, so we can animate different mesh instances. Matte instances. Well, that is just one material. Okay, so we got the material, we have transforms, and then max is 10,000. Okay. And transforms is max instance. Okay, so it has everything there. So we're drawing everything, I guess. Why are we only seeing like 2 here? I'm confused. Draw cube, like did something go wrong here? Okay. There's an error with this shader here. Alright, Inpon. Yeah, I actually need to eat soon as well. I probably need to go basically now here. Then we draw a mesh with default material. Okay. So even though we got some error in... So it seems like this doesn't work right now in this example. But maybe this would be better to use, perhaps? I don't know. Cube is what? It's a mesh? Perhaps? Yes. So what is a model? A model, I guess the model would be like a mesh plus material and shader and all that stuff. Well, here we're skipping the model part and we're drawing the mesh providing the things instead. Also, what is making them rotate? Update camera orbital. Okay, okay. Raylib. Yes. Raylib. Shapes. It's all 2D stuff. Hilbert curve. Core. Bunch of camera stuff. Window flags. Pretty good to go through this and see what you can do and what you can't do. Storing values. What? Storage? What the hell is this? Save storage value, load storage value. Are you importing something here? Storage data, define storage data. I don't get it. And this is the actual thing. Okay, so there's actually, so you, okay. I was thinking if there was an actual, well, okay, save file data. This probably comes from Raylib then. And then load file data or whatever. Okay, so they have their own like file data format. Beard tutorial. Just let it grow. I haven't done anything to it. Well, my mustache is getting in the way when eating and drinking, so I usually trim the mustache. I haven't done it now though. Random values, drop files, VR simulator, basic screen manager, scissor test, custom frame control, automation events, random sequence, high DPI. What is this actually? Automation events, rectangle, blocking color, automation event list. What the hell is this? Initialize list of automation events to record new events. What? Is file extension. Path list. Dropped files. Oh, this is dropping a file. Load automation event list. What the hell is going on here? If event playing. Multiple events. Frame play automation event. What the hell is this? Play automation event. Do you encourage people to make a pull request in your games? I mean, you can do it if you want. If it's like an open, if it's a public repository, anyone can do anything they want. Although, you know, I have to approve it. You know, if it's something, if someone just makes something that they want and haven't really talked to me about it, and it turns out that I don't really like the change, then it's gonna get rejected. So I would say that if you want to make changes, you probably need to, well, it's probably a good idea to kind of have a communication about it first. So you don't spend a bunch of time making something that just gets rejected. But yeah, you can do that if you want. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. Like, are we actually creating? We're creating the events ourselves, and then you can like, it's like a replay. Logic must be before camera update because it depends on the mouse wheel value. Oh. Does it like replay keystrokes and mouse things and stuff? Interesting. Yeah, they can fork it. The problem is though, even if they fork it, if they ever want to merge it back into the original, there's still the same issue. So yeah, they can fork it and have their own version, but that is like totally separate and it's not meant to go back to the original, and that's fine. That, you know, you can do whatever. But if you wanna like contribute to the repository, then I would suggest communicating what you want to do, so it doesn't get rejected. MMO servers must be hard to make. I believe so, yes. I believe it. I remember when the first like MMO, like the WoW servers, like the private WoW servers, in the beginning, they were like super buggy and super much wrong latency stuff. Okay, but I will. Let's see. I'll go here in a moment. I just wanted to see, look at some of these things. It's nice to go through here because I actually had no idea about a lot of this stuff here. Render texture under redo. What? Under redo? Like, do you actually have some utility stuff for having undo redo? Or is it just an implementation right here? States. What is states? It's just alloc. Right. So there's not really any. It's just an implementation. Okay. Viewport scaling, input actions, directory files, screen recording. Okay. Text file loading, clipboard text, compute hash, keyboard testbed, window web. Okay. Wait, what is this? Raylib web structure. Okay, this is just mscript and how to set up a super simple example. Okay. I was thinking if they had some kind of web framework or something. What are you making right now under readable tree data structure? No, it's a list. I think. I would say it's probably the most common implementation. I know that Vim has some undo tree that I don't actually. I have it on my to-do list to actually investigate what that is, but because you know it's easy to just lose a bunch of history if you undo and then you start doing new things, then you lose all the history that was like you undid. Okay, so what I'm making here is I'm making a kind of TD, and you can like put towers here. It's nowhere near done, but and we have these little dudes spawning here. So I figured out how to kind of load animations and play them. However, it starts lagging pretty quickly here with only like a few of these on here. So maybe I need to cull, although it feels like this shouldn't be so laggy. I think each one is like adding a lot of lag here, which feels very wrong somehow. And you can see also there's something weird with these animations. I'm not sure what's wrong with those, but yeah. So we have this little kind of thing here. Now you can you know, build as many towers as you want, and they are actually also, you know, they're not actually doing anything yet. So, but this is the kind of basic idea. It's just going to be this one level for now, and I'll just try to make like a little tower defense. So they will go over here, and then out here is the exit. If they ever will get there, unless maybe the lag will take over here. I don't know why it's lagging so much. Maybe I'll run a profiler to see what's going on. Maybe I'll add like a key switch to kind of switch between orthographic and perspective modes. Because I'm kind of thinking like, should we go for perspective or orthographic? This is kind of what maybe a bit too much field of view going on. maybe we'll zoom in a little bit more and then move out instead of having so much perspective distortions or happening. Let's see if they can make it out. These weird barbarians here. It's lagging so much. Okay, well, they'll definitely make it. Yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, the beginnings of like a TD here. Yeah, culling will not make much difference. Yeah, I agree. Because it even lagged, like, you know, just watching these, it started to lag. So I don't know what's going on, but I'll figure it out. How many polygons are there? It's supposed to be like a low poly thing, I think. I mean, because I think what also, if we disable animations themselves, if I go to here and I don't add the animation, it's not gonna lag now. So it's not the animation, or it's not the model, I don't think. That's the issue. Look at this. Yeah, now there's no issue. It's like adding the animation, and then okay, I'll check one thing actually. I'm gonna check what was the output here. Was it constantly loading in the things? I don't think so. So I'll check I'll check the logs, because if it was like constantly loading the animations or something like that, then no, it doesn't seem like it. It just happened. There was just some outputs for the rig there, and then it stopped. So no, that does not seem to be the case. So there's some weird issue with that, which is happening over here. We're just iterating through anything that has model animation, and we're calling update, which gets the model and the model animation. Now these gets are like hash map lookups. If they don't exist, it's gonna load in the actual model and animation, which is already done. So it's like it's just looking up in the cache to get the things. And then we have the animation, and we update that through zig+raylib. So basically, let's say we didn't update the animation, okay? Then you never streamed Godot, right? I don't think I did. No. So it's the call to like update animation on each one that is the issue. Now I know that there is a way to, which is called like GPU skinning for animations, where the GPU can actually do the animations instead of the CPU, which would be something we could look at. But I still think it's weird how it's lagging so much from setting the animation. Maybe there's something wrong with the animation. I don't know. Raylib has it. Yeah, I know. I just have to. Yeah. So Raylib has the GPU skinning. I just have to kind of look at the shader and how to do that all stuff. Is it like a reallocation memory with animation? No. So, well, as you can see here, we're getting the model and the model animation. That's not the issue. The issue is just calling Raylib update model animation. That is what is causing the issue. Model. So if we call this again, now it's gonna lag. Oh yeah, I saw it here. Oh. So now it's gonna start lagging here. How many do we have? Like 4? Yeah, not, even just 5 of these, it starts to lag. So I don't know what's going on there. We also have the X blending two animations. Yeah. So figure out why this is lagging. Alternatively, use GPU skinning. It still feels weird. Why would it lag so much? Just from five animation updates. It feels like something is wrong here. But anyway, that's gonna be it for this time. So thank you very much for watching, and let's see if we can raid. Raid. Idle community builder. Cool. Community builder. Idle community builder. Cakes. This one? Or yeah. All right, cool. All right, see ya. Have a nice day and all that. Bye bye.